I'm live. I am live. I am alive. I am live every day, all the time. All the time. All the time. What am I listening to? Yeah, I do realize that Tokyo Spliff is live today. But I looked at myself in the mirror this morning and I said, you will go live today. You will go live tomorrow. You will go live until you reach a bazillion subscribers. So that's what I'm going to do. This is job listing, local job listing that I was looking at, and I think I might send them this email. They're looking for a Unity developer, and I'm not a Unity developer. I'm like the foil to a Unity developer, but you know, I'm thinking maybe yeah, maybe they might appreciate, my, my 3D collision system or anything like that. I don't know. Anyway, today, a couple of things we need to do with the UI system. So yesterday we made a function called, we made a callback for setups. So this is when we create a UI element, we call the setup function that is from the JSON with that menu. And we call this setup function that we get from the registry that has these definitions. We call the setup function, and what the one that we made to test it does is that it spawns UI elements for each item inside of an inventory, and that was super neat, and that works. I got it to work off of stream because my stream went down because apparently I played something copyrighted. Fucking YouTube got my ass. Hey, what's up, Luke? How are you? It's good. I'm good. I've been kind of working on random shit. Anyway, so we can get rid of this debug now, but yeah. So this item inventory thing, basically it spawns elements and it wraps around the parent container. Now there is an argument to be made about making UI elements inside of a parent container automatically wrap. There is an argument to be made for that, and I'm wondering if we want to do that. Like, I was thinking about this morning. Like, maybe we just want to make that a thing that happens instead of an explicit thing that we have to call a callback function. This is actually a Helix, similar to Vim though. So in UI container, we could technically have, we had this cut off elements and text out of range and mask children was my idea for basically cutting off elements inside of this container that exceed the bounds. But I think instead of this, we don't use this, by the way. Instead of this, we want something like a Boolean wrap. I think that this is a much better way of doing it, and then just have a vec2 padded min and padded max for the container, and then on initialization for this container, we will basically, you can bring in the minimum and the maximum, and every time we make a UI element that is parented to that container, then we will just if we exceed the min or the max, we will try and shift it down, I guess, a row maybe or something like that. I don't really know the best way to do wrapping. I'm like, my assumption is that you go left to right and then down, and just, you know. But yeah, I mean, it comes down to how much you want to automate about this, I guess. Oh yeah, before I forget, we should really like fix this overlaying that I have for this UI. This is not working well. And I think, at least just for now, what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to I think I'm just gonna do this. Like, we can work on this again later, but do wrapping. That's funny. It took me a second to get that. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it to do, because there's a lot of implications with that, with this wrapping, because it's quite restrictive, right? But I guess you have a boolean just to make sure that we do wrap only when we need to. I wonder if it's worth it. Also, there is something else that I want to implement, and I don't think we're gonna do it today, because I think that that's gonna be a pain in the ass. But I did want to write a note for myself. In move UI element is good for editing. Move UI element iterates through all of the entire buffer of the UI element and shifts it completely. We don't want to do that though for moving a UI element during gameplay, of course. Like, that's not what we want to do. What we want to do is basically move either a model matrix or a vector that is bound as a uniform, right? Like, that's what we want to do, and then just move the UI element based on that, on the GPU rather than on the CPU. So I just think I'll write a note here for myself, because it's gonna be I kind of have to wait to see how I want to implement that, because if I do it right now, yeah, because how it looks like is this function is it would have to go in here. And the thing is that we only bind automatically on entity IDs, so I'd have to have some other way that finds that binds it, some automated way, so that I can stick with this kind of general system. And I would prefer to keep it off of the instance data, if possible. But yeah, it does need to be a different thing. Because I don't think you want a U model. Or maybe you do. I have to think about it, because when it comes down to it, what we're doing in here is we multiply times U ortho. We multiply the position times U ortho. Wonder what happens if we change the Z value here. But yeah, we don't have rotation in here. So I wonder how you can orthogonally rotate a UI element. Oh, sorry, Luke. I'm listening to this. It came up in my recommended today, and that's why I'm listening to it. Yeah, I mean, I might have to actually do some research on that. Orthogonally rotate OpenGL. Let me see if there's a thing. Yeah, I don't know if you can. Orthogonal rotate 2D. Let's see. I mean, you probably can. You need to edit the... Oh, apparently, so yeah, you need to edit this matrix. Oh, no. Okay, so you need a rotation matrix. I just don't know how to make a 2D TRS. That's the question. Yeah, I might have to just like randomly try some stuff out. What it would look like, for example, is it would be this times U model. It would be like this, like classic U model setup, but the thing is, I don't know how to make a 2D TRS. I only know how to do a 3D one with a quaternion. "2D rotation matrix. How do I make a 2D rotation matrix?" Because we could simply, for the position that we pass in, we could literally just add onto this. We could add like, you know, plus U pause, right? And then that would be like the center for the frame. But for the rotation, I don't know. In 2 dimensions, the standard rotation matrix has the following form. This is what I'm looking at, by the way. Okay. Interesting. Okay, I think we're... Okay, so a UI element has a rotation matrix. I wonder... Don't you need a 4x4 though? Let me see this. Our U ortho is a mat 4, right? So can I literally just multiply that times a mat 2? I don't think that that's how it works. I don't think that that's how it works. Okay, so from what I'm reading on all of this, okay, so you can. So it's cosine, negative sine, cosine, or sine, cosine. Okay, got it. Okay. What's up, Rob? How are you? Has the AI taken your job yet? Just kidding. Okay, so we need a mat 2 U rotation that we pass in. Yeah, and then we would go position plus U center, I guess. Yeah. Oh wait, these can't be uniforms, of course. This can't be uniforms, of course. I mean, we could do the thing that we do with our joint matrices, and we could literally just pass it as an array and index into it based on attributes, based on AUID. Is that what we want to do? That would mean that we would have a maximum amount of UI elements, like 128, that can rotate. Hey, what's up, GFD Gaming? What's up? Oh, that's a hard choice to make because, for example, you can look here. We have joint matrices. Actually, entity mesh has 128. I think you can go up to 128 here. But 128 max UI elements is kind of painful. Like, that is kind of painful that you have that maximum. Because, by the way, that maximum would not be just maximum at a time being rendered, but maximum in general. Unless we make our UID unless we update UIDs when we Hey Rabug, what distro am I using? I'm using Linux Mint. Lint? I said lint. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So you would need if you were to do this, you would need an array of mat2s. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to commit to that yet. But that's the only way we can actually rotate UI elements. Because right now we can't rotate them. Unless we do it on the CPU, which would be really inefficient. Because, by the way, the reason why we have this issue is because my UI elements are not SDF based. They're all meshes. So they would need to be transformed like meshes with a model matrix, but in 2D. And usually that's fine because when I bind model matrices, it's usually a separate draw buffer. But yeah. Yeah. Also, something that we have to do here, kind of, is eventually we also want to do uniform mat for U model like this, kind of. No. Not for this, since this is entities, not for this. But you would want it for other stuff, I guess. Although you don't really have other stuff where you would need that. Yeah. This is difficult, yeah. Yeah, I mean, for now we don't have to worry about this, but yeah, it is something that in the future, if we want to rotate UI elements in real time, we are gonna have to kind of cross that hurdle. But I'll write a note for us about it, about what I talked about, and you know, so here let's say rotation needs 2D mat 2 rotation, mat rotation mat 2 rotation mat. Let me write down, it's cosine, negative sine, sine, cosine, I'm pretty sure. However, we would need to batch max 128 in groups because of opengl limitation. Same for position modulation in shader. Same thing. What language is this? This is all in C. If you don't mind, can you list the libraries? So I'm working OpenGL SDL2. For my debug UI, I have my own UI system, but for the editor and stuff like that, I use Nuclear, which is one of these like single header file C things. I'm also using CJSON, which I use for all my JSON parsing, STB image, and other than that, UT hash as a header file that I use for hashing. Other than that, nothing else, I don't think. For now, we can just do it on CPU. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about batching UI elements yet because that's kind of, it's not gonna be the bottleneck ever. Like it won't be. UI elements are not like a big deal. So now back to what I was saying about the wrapping. Do I care about the wrapping, or do I just want to like yeah, what I was also thinking was like being able to place a UI element at like the top right of a container, like top left of a container, like kind of anchor it. And for that we would need padded. I'll show off the engine in a second, guys. I just want to add something to the menu here. I want to add under our containers. Do I have AI assistance? With the code, not really. It's for the few times that I've raged and went to AI, it has written me some very interesting code. It once wrote me a recursive segfault that almost crashed my computer. I mean, it might just be possible. I mean, I am working in C, and C isn't a very popular language, so I don't think it has a great data set to work off of. I mean, C is a popular language, but you get what I mean. I mean, like... okay, so... this is dropdown. Where's container? Okay, so container, I wanted to add... I wanted to add a property f, two property f's for the bounds. Padded min x. So we need 4 here. Okay, so this is going to do the bounds. So okay, so this is going to give us, we have to clamp this, but yeah, this is going to give us the padded min. I don't think, yeah, for now let's just write it straight into the container. Eventually you want to automatically edit its children, but for now we'll just do this. This mix is really good. Oh my gosh. Stop it, please. Okay. It's actually fun to do level game dev, but if you are building a flat beaver, when it comes to, yeah, doing a system, I mean, to be honest, it just takes a lot of time. You know, you just gotta kind of like sit with it for a long time. I've been working on this engine for months. Like, you can kind of look at how many streams I've done. It's like, it just takes time. It's not, I don't think it's a difficulty thing. Like, as long as you have time, then you can kind of build whatever. So the min is going to be the container. No, it's not actually the container min. It's actually the element. Min dot x. Yeah. Hello, are you using any graphics API? Yeah, I'm using OpenGL for this project. The playlist is prior, thanks, it's not mine. I can give you it. It's just popped in my recommended this morning. I've been really enjoying the house stuff. Wow, a lot of viewers today. I didn't really expect it since Tokyo Split is live. Wow. Thanks for joining, guys. I will show off the engine in a second when I get this situated. Okay, min and max are set, and then this is a fine amount. Okay, so this is just some widgets so that we can decide, and then we want a what's the thing here? We want NK checkbox label, that's what it's called. We need one of these to decide if it is padded. How did I do this? Oh yeah, you need to make it, yes. Did I use Rust or Bevy? I haven't used Bevy specifically. When I did use Rust, I used MacroQuad, if you're familiar. I really do like Rust as a language, but I think it's really hard for me to like write like a large project in Rust for sure. So if we are wrapped, I mean, for now we don't. Yeah, you kind of could just like for loop through all of the children of the container. But why are you not giving me yeah, this is kind of painful. Okay, so if we press the button to make it wrapped, we want to iterate through all of the children and the text boxes that it has, and then wrap them, and also set. Oh, I think that this is on press, so container wrap equals not container wrap. So if we just set the container to wrap, then we want to iterate through all of the children and then move them based on the wrap. Where did I learn all this from? Honestly, kind of self-taught. I mean, I learned Java when I was in high school, and I've just been kind of coding on the side since then. Just random stuff over the years. So we want to see if let's just get the UI element. It's just children. If the max is greater than the container padded max. Yeah, this is going to be a kind of a lot of conditionals. I guess I mean, you kind of just want to move UI elements to, we're going to make a vec2 here of element. We need to move it down a row by the element bounds. So that's going to be element height, actually. So element height, the current max y plus the element height. You also want, before this, you want the x is going to be the, you just set it to container padded min.x. Am I in university? I'm not in university. I've gone to college a few times without a degree. I hate university. Move center true. Fantastic. Okay. So that's if we exceed the x. If we exceed in y, I don't think that we're worrying about it right now. So, yeah. Let's just do the same for text boxes and then test this. Okay, so, does the box have a correct max? I don't think it does. Box start.x plus box width, and then we're gonna move the text box. I have a function that does this, yes. So we're gonna also do this, and then we want the box. Let's just do the same thing, just to do this. And then how do we get the start.y plus element height, but it's not plus element height. It's actually plus element height times 2. Why are we mad at me? Excess elements. You're an excess element. Just kidding. Did I do this right? What am I missing? Am I going crazy here? What is this font called? Oh, you have exclamation point font. It's kind of a long name. So this is my hobby. What else do I do? This is, I mean, it's kind of my life's work. How do I make my IDE look like that? I have a theme. You can do exclamation point theme to get it. Oh, why did I do that? Why did I do that? What? I copied this and pasted this in a very funny way. Hold on. Let me think about what I'm doing here. You want the startx plus the width to get... No, you want it at padded min. You want it at padded min. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm ready to compile it. How about you? Hey Frumpy, what's up? Okay, let's test some of the stuff. How do we test this? That's a good question. Let's just make a new container. Okay, so this is what we made. I wonder if we want to make children first. We probably want to make children first since we don't have anything in real time that's actually doing this. So let's make children. I've got to clean up this menu too. It's kind of a mess, to be honest. I don't really understand why the lower alpha makes it brighter. I don't understand why that's the case. Not much help. My dad set up his new router. 3 feet long and 4 feet high. What type of router is that? That's insane. Okay, so we want to, let's just add this to container. Oh, you know what we didn't do? Oh, we want to put this over here because we didn't wrap on that side too. So let's see if we can wrap this. So let's set a padded min. Wait, did I make the max and the min the same? Element max. Oh my god, I did. Okay, well, we can't test this. Well, we can do is wrapped, it'll appear here. That's a bit further than I thought. I was thinking it would go down here. You do this full time or just a hobby? I mean, it's kind of both. Kind of both. Okay, so I need to fix that for us to fully test it. Also, what I changed for people who were here yesterday, what I ended up finishing off of stream was this. Basically, if you move this, now it's going to wrap around. The idea is when you have like UI elements, you kind of want them to like wrap. So when you do this or whatever, it like wraps around the container. This I guess is like good for like an inventory system was the idea here. Anyway, very cool and sick. Also, of course, we have, these are all textured from the from the given texture. So you can like change whatever texture is, and it has interior tile data that I basically just test tile data that are the different sprites, but as you can see, it's basically sprite sheeted. Of course, you could also just set them to different textures as long as they're on the same text array. So that's also a thing. I think we're nearing the point to make an actual menu for the first time, but I do want to kind of check this out. So this didn't really wrap like I thought it would. First of all, the center is going to the min and not the... So it has to be center plus the width plus half of the width, basically. Oh, and that's probably... Oh, but this... Okay, so the top is going there. Okay. So let's just... We have to get rid of all this printout. It's quite overkill. So the max should be obviously the max x. Yeah. Oh gosh, I'm lagging. My engine does not perform this bad, I promise. It is it is how bad my computer is that I stream on. So with that set, we also want to change this. So we moved it to the padded min.x, but obviously we want to add... I should have tested it with text boxes too. We want the width divided by 2. Oh, you know why I'm probably lagging? Oh, I forgot to kill my compositor. Whoops. Okay. So we did the lmax.y plus the height. So you probably want to do height divided by 2. Right, because you're going from the max, yeah. Okay. Do I use PyCom? Yeah, I do. But I don't really use my compositor because my computer sucks, so... I'm assuming that the box you want the same way. Wait, actually, no. No, I think move text box works off of the center. And you probably just want this to be box height then. But it's start Y. So the start Y, if you're going to a center, then it would be plus divided by 2. Yep. I think that's what we're going with. Now we kind of just have to do this every time we spawn an element and it's parented to a certain container. So we should probably wrap that in a function. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll put that where move UI element is. Let us make a function that does that. I want to put it under. Yeah, let's put it here. Wrap element by container. So we want to just get that code. I forgot to put a jump list hook in, so I have to go fish. Okay, so this is gonna be the code. We can just copy and paste it up there. Pretty much. We have a and we want to get the container from the parent. It's my entire code in one file. Why is it 5,000 lines? Well, obviously it's not, since I have 20 buffers on the top. It's actually, the entire code base is something like, this one's 10,000 lines. The entire code base is probably like 25,000 lines. If the parent, I'm not pointering these, I was distracted. Well, first of all, if parent is container or parent container, then we want to return. We also want to return if the element parent container. If we don't have a element parent container, then we also want to return. Okay. So we don't actually need a parent. Yeah, we can get this from the element itself. Actually, that's what we should be doing. Yeah, that's what we should be doing. Yeah. Okay, so with our container, we want to do exactly this code. Honestly, that's literally it. That's literally all we want to do, which, you know, this is quite, you know, one of those functions that probably didn't need to live, but oh, actually you want, yeah, that's a crash waiting to happen. Can you please work with me here? We want to do the exact same thing. Making a game? I am making a game. I am making the UI for the game right now. So... ah, shit. I didn't update that for text boxes, did I? Oh, gosh. My bad. Okay, so... So basically what we had to end up doing was we had to make this a UI element instead of a UI container, because the element leads to the container, but it's more important for us to have the parent element straight up from it. So that's quite painful, but I will need to refactor that in a second. Hopefully we catch the errors with it. I think that this is literally all that we need to do here. So let's see, incompatible pointer types, those are fine. This is not fine. We need to get hello, I'm back. Hey, back. If parent container, then we want to execute the rest of the code. This is an extra thing that we have to do now. Why are we mad? Oh, right, because parent, I wrote this backwards. Okay, so there are a couple more that we have to do here. Add text box to container. This needs to be the container in this case, and then this needs to be whatever the parent is, E in this case. Okay. Now to test if this function works, we should just call it directly from here. From here. Wrap element by container. Overall architecture of the code base. Okay, interesting. How do I explain it? So basically, from initialization, we start with materials. Materials are possibly unique combinations of a definition that we defined here. The idea is eventually you'll just have this like either serialized in binary or in JSON, but I just have it here for simplicity since these enums are big numbers. What these are is it has a possible texture ID, it has a possible bind function for any special case that we would need a callback to execute specific code when we're drawing this. And it has render properties, which are OpenGL properties that need to get executed when we draw this to the screen. This dummy instance, get to that in a second. And then we, as printf, these IDs for the material. It gets a name, it gets a shader, it gets a VAO layout, and it gets a frame buffer. The shaders are defined in exactly the same way. I have an API kind of layer that we instantiate shaders with their own uniforms and possible UBOs. I just have these wrapper functions to make it easier, but the idea is that a user of my engine could just simply write an abstraction very simply like this, where you can access all of the global things that you need to bind as uniforms during your draw passes. Frame buffers are the same way. We just basically make frame buffers like so, right, with their textures or whatever. So that's all the same. And then as it goes for layouts, layouts are pretty interesting. So for each vertex, right, if you're thinking like geometry or whatever, OpenGL has per vertex attributes, right? That's the way you send data into shaders. If it's not a uniform, is a per vertex attribute. So for example, for UI, we have a pretty hefty layout. So every vertex gets this layout. So the reason why I have this here is because we pack it as a generic uint byte buffer during runtime. The reason why is because we want to have a very clean render loop abstraction, which if we can take a look at what render group looks like, render group are all of our render groups that we create from the material. These are the final batched things that we are drawing that we loop over to draw. And as you can see here, they have one buffer here called generic vertex, which is what we pack, the data that we pack with that vertex layout. And all we do is we use whatever is in that buffer and then pass it to draw. And that is what happens here. Render scene new. We clear our instance arenas. Once again, get to that in a second. We submit each entity to render group, which is also an instance thing. We update our animations, our scene nodes, our skin matrices. This is skeletal animations. Then we assign our UBO data for the frame. And then we simply for loop over all of our render groups and draw. And this is what the draw loop looks like. It's heavily abstracted, but of course, bind shader program binds the uniforms that we talked about earlier. The thing with these instances is kind of a new thing, right? So, for example, you have an asset, and we have instances of that asset that are all separately updated, and the positions of them are separately updated. So that's what this is. Every frame instances basically say to render groups, I need to be drawn this frame. I'm in the camera view. You need to draw me this frame, so that we don't overdraw. And that's pretty much it. The main kind of idea of the engine is to pre-batch everything as possible. So pretty much everything is set up in their own draw buffers and everything, and we don't touch it until we need to draw it. We don't like edit it pretty much directly. So that was, it's a long-winded explanation to talk about it, but that was pretty much it. Okay. Yeah, that was a lot. Okay. Okay, so something important here. Our JSON should already be wrapped, so we shouldn't worry about that. I just wonder, so yeah. So kind of what I want to do for our where is this? I'll just search for it. What is this called though? I would have searched for it if I knew what it was called. Oh, item inventory. That's what this is called. So now I wonder if we're just able to wrap this UI element instead of doing this. Because that would make this function a bit more extendable, basically. We don't want to move UI element by center. What we want to actually do is wrap UI element, but I need to add that to the header file. Even if you have an abstract explanation of the architecture, it looks like alien code. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, it's not the most intuitive thing in the world, but it did take me a long time to design it. Like, it took like many iterations to find a system that could be like abstracted away for all of that. It used to be like my render loop, and honestly most engines, like how they work, is usually less abstracted away, and it's usually something like this. Like you have like hard-coded in draw passes. At least that's how I did it for a very long time. It's much more simple because you can literally see it linearly happening, right? You just bind these uniforms for the shader, you have a frame buffer, you have a buffer of data, you know. But the good thing about abstracting everything away like this is that every time I need to add a new draw pass, I can literally just like go like this, you know, just like copy and paste it, and then we have a new draw pass, right? And that's been very helpful for me because I can just go in here and make a new shader or whatever. So we'll wrap element by container, new element. Okay. Feel the same if you saw my streaming service backend. I'm rewriting it constantly because it becomes unintuitive to work with. Yeah, that's cool. Is it like streaming service backend? Is that like just something that you're working on personally, or do you work for a streaming service company? So I want to make a thing. Honestly, I kind of want to make a thing my idea for a hover callback is when you hover over like an item, you get a menu that pops up with like text boxes that give you a description of the item and maybe a picture of it or whatever. So we can make that too real quick. So that's going to be a hover, so we can put it with our hover callbacks. These were tests, by the way. These just modulate color on hover. We're going to call this display menu hover. What are we going to need to take in as data for this? This has to be a boolean, by the way. It's strange why this callback returns a boolean, but it returns a boolean if we need to continue calling this function, because you don't want to call them infinitely. In some cases, right? So the idea is once we stop playing the animation for this, then we return false. That's why. So we're gonna need a menu index to display. I don't know if we want to pass that as the data or what. How do we get that menu index? Hmm. Yeah, it has to be coded somewhere. Honestly, you know what? I mean, this is kind of a stupid way to do it, right? But don't you just kind of want to go into UI elements and then kind of just want to put just an integer in here that we use for it? Like, I mean, like, just like for everything. That would make everything so much easier, actually, for this. That would make this everything so much easier, actually. Yeah. Okay, let's think about it, though. Honestly, you know what? We could just literally use our stored anim hover cooldown, cast it to an integer, and use it for that purpose. Because it's not worth it to actually do it. So let's just say menu index equals, well, first of all, we have to cast this to a UI element. Classic void pointer casting. I found a bar that looks ridiculously close to Windows 10 taskbar, and I love it. That's cool. I thought you were talking about like a bar for a second. The menu index is going to equal, let's just int floorf dl anim hover cooldown. Oh. Maybe you want to actually have that for a... Alright, peace out, Robug. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, you don't want to do this. You don't want to do this. You don't want to do this. It's way bar? Oh yeah, I heard about that. I heard that. I feel like this struct is just so big already, though. It's probably something that we can use here instead of doing it, instead of adding more onto it, right? Right? I actually don't think so. Yeah, I mean, you kind of, yeah, you don't want to, like, yeah. It does kind of suck, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, the good thing about having a hover callback is that you have this void pointer data that we can assign to. The issue is that we need to actually serialize this thing. So what we would actually do in this case would be we would just like serialize it, and then on initialization we would malloc it. But I feel like that's not something that we want to do. Yeah, this struct is massive. You know, I think if we don't use it, we can get rid of it. But I think it is just a good idea for now. Okay. You could also make it a tagged union. I think a tagged union is good for this sort of thing, but I won't bother with it for now. Okay, so we have a menu index. We need to check if menu index exceeds our globals.menu count. Don't we want to just toggle this? To be honest, we could just toggle it. Yeah, let's just toggle it. Yeah, what am I doing? Toggle menu. Oh, it takes a name. That's fine. We can just do this. Incompatible pointer type. That's a pain. Hey, what's up, Mr. Capybara? How are you doing? God, you hate it. You hate to see this. You hate to see this happen to me. You hate to see this happen to me. I mean, the easiest way to do this is quite stupid, but yeah, this is what we should actually do. Is just it should be char name 64. Yeah, I have to update this. I think I'm writing this wrong, aren't I? Isn't it I think I am, right? I would love to have item inventory. Okay. For the callback of display menu hover, why does this? Yeah, I knew that I was doing it wrong. Isn't it like how the hell do you write this? I definitely have done this before and I just forgot. I've done this so many times. What the hell? This is wrong. I definitely... Don't I malloc one of my like options here or something with this? Is it yeah, child IDs. Oh, am I just really dumb? I think I'm just really dumb, actually. It's just this, right? No, it isn't. How am I forgetting how to do this right now? Oh. Wait a second. Hold on. The parameter is wrong. Oh, that's a totally different thing. Is it like that? I think it is. This would be so much easier if we didn't do this. Yeah. Wait, but isn't this... Okay, I'm locking my answer in. It's mad at me because oh my, dude, I'm so mad. Dude, I'm so mad that I missed that. Okay. God, I was staring at that for so long. I need to make a new callback for this. I should really have designated initializers for all this stuff, but to be honest, yeah, we don't talk about it. I think true just binds itself, so that should be fine. I'm pretty sure. And let's just make sure that this can work on unhovering. Right, it just toggles it. That should be fine as long as my code is good. Honestly, we should probably just play it safe and toggle menu has a boolean here. That way we don't break everything. Actually, how do we do this so it's not in two different functions? I think that you just do it in two different functions just to be safe, because honestly, if this messes up, then you have like really ugly, you have a really ugly problem actually. Okay, I have to refactor that. This is going to be in map.c. Okay. I'm happy with it. Accessing 64 bytes in a region of size 5. Oh, that's such a pain, actually. Honestly, here's what we should do. That's what we should do. Because this is faster anyway, because we don't have to string compare, so like it's a win-win. It's literally a win-win. It does kind of suck that it's pretty much the same function, though. It is really the same function. Okay. Let's give it a shot. These are getting wrapped over here. No. That's not supposed to happen. Are all of them on top of each other? It looks like it. Interesting. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, well, let's not worry about that for now. Let's test the modulate. Oh, but I have to make a new menu. We can figure out how to do that real quick. So let's make a new element. Let's say that this is going to have a menu ID of... Oh, I didn't... Okay, I have to do that. I have to give it I have to give it an extra parameter inside of the editor side so that we can select a menu. This is up here for sure. Yeah. Is it just me, or do you know my profile from somewhere? It is from one of my favorite indie games of all time, Hypnogagia. Where's the place where I do this? Here. Okay. Maybe you've played it, I don't really know. $256 is fine. It's a great game. It's kind of like starts off as like this very peaceful sort of exploration game, and then it turns into like this kind of psychedelic trip. It's pretty cool. Anyway, so that's that setup. I have to fix this item inventory though. Oh, okay, so re-enable this code actually, and yeah. Yep. Okay, that should wrap now. My music stopped. I wish this guy had more mixes on his channel. That really sucks. Okay. It's still not wrapping correctly. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, whatever. Let's try this new thing. So, okay, let's give this a different menu ID of PL because it's the first thing that came to my mind. What's the game I'm making about? I'm not really sure. It's a good question. I think it's like a psychedelic horror RPG. I'm thinking that this gun specifically is like one of your weapons or whatever. I kind of want to make a party-based RPG that's kind of psychedelic and horrific in its own way. Sorry. Yeah. The thing is that when we menu change, we don't actually make a new menu. So yeah, I have to make that before I do this. definitely. Okay, I need to figure out why this isn't wrapping still. These are all on top of each other. And if I move this in, does it fix? No. I have to figure that out. You like the shaders? Yeah, it's actually all done at low resolution. My kind of dream was to make a game engine that was made for low resolution. Most retro games and new games today, what they do is they render at high resolution and then downscale, or just make things pixelated in shaders. But my kind of idea was I wanted to make something that was, you know, that was built from the ground up with that in mind. I'm looking at this and this should work. It looks like it should work. What am I trying to do right now? So I have a couple of things that I'm working on at once. So I'm trying to finish up the UI system. Something that I want to fix. So this function, basically what it does is it iterates through an array of items, and then it displays those items as UI elements. This is a callback function that just basically happens on a menu opening. It just populates full of UI elements. Issue being that we want to wrap these around by their parent container. And the wrapping isn't working. But it works if I explicitly do this, for example. But I was trying to use this function, and I wonder if I did this wrong. Oh, you know what's actually happening? Yeah, we don't have a padded min for the container. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah. Okay. So we have to put that in the JSON. We have to put that in the JSON. So let's do that right now. So we want the container padded min, the padded max. The other thing that I'm working on is I'm trying to make a hover callback that when you hover over a certain UI element, it displays an additional menu. The idea is that when you hover over an item or something, it would display another menu basically. So on load, we need to match that. Also, I need to cjson add bool to object. We need to add a boolean called is padded. What did I call this? Did I call it pat? What did I call this? Wrap. Right, that makes more sense. Shooter RPG, I don't have ideas. Well, I mean, I'm of the opinion that you don't really need an idea, and you can just start with kind of whatever you want, I guess. Like, whatever you enjoy doing, you know? I think it comes down to like, I mean, for me, it was kind of like, I, you know, didn't find any cool games anymore, and so I was like, okay, I'll make a cool game then. How's your UI code already at? Well, it's actually at 5,600 lines. Thanks for the good luck. Already at 5,000 lines. It's, you know, it's been working. I've been working on it for a long time. You know, the UI code it's quite an extensive callback system. You know. Yeah, you don't want to see the other files. So the idea is that eventually I'll just, what does the UI have? The UI is comprised of meshes instead of SDFs, which is different from like 99% of other UI systems, because I wanted to have arbitrary points, so you can have basically UI elements that are any convex shape. UI elements have 3 different types of callback hooks, on action, on hover, and ones that determine visibility, aka they may be called every frame. So that's good for if you want to have UI elements that change color or move every frame. You can have that. You can have UI elements that change when you hover them. You have UI elements that, you know, execute some code when you click on them, obviously. So that's a big bulk of the code, right? You know, it's a lot. Okay. Also, there is a lot of boilerplate like this, for sure. Okay, so what I needed to do for this was when we assign a change menu. Oh, why do I have 7 arrows? Oh, I had like an extra cursor. Oh my god, I had an extra cursor. Oh, we have to go back. We have to go back. This is not... Oh my god. What was in here? Gosh, this is annoying that just happened. Multiple cursors mess me up when I'm coding fast. I'm going to hope that this is good. Yeah, okay, well, it looks like it was just that. Do we want to resolve this index actually? We probably do. This is actually kind of important. How do I resolve this? I quite literally have to search for it, which is fine. Okay, so that's that. I need to do a similar thing though when I call change menu. Why doesn't this exist? Is it menu change? There. Okay, so how can my eyes stare at this font for so long? It's a very readable font for me. I don't really like the, other fonts. We need to move this element, basically. Menu change actually is kind of painful. Yeah, so int index. It's a very polarizing font. You actually wouldn't believe how many people come in here and ask me what font is that. What font is it? You can do exclamation point font. It's kind of a mouthful, the font name. So now that we have the index, I need to move the element. You know what we need to do? We need to actually check that it's changed. So instead of this, yeah, let's do this. Yeah, so menu index equals I, and then if we detect a change, then we continue on. And then we need to first remove this, so we're gonna destroy UI element. Wait. You are really scared about destroying this UI element here, but I think that we need to do it. So first of all, we have to... Okay, so let's do this. So we get the menu index. No, not menu index. You want globals menu count plus plus. Yes. Okay, so the menu. We want to. What's up, Tark? Believe it or not, I had quite a lot of viewership out of nowhere. I guess I hit the algorithm. I guess I was not expecting it today because Tokyo Spliff I think is streaming, but I was like, I might as well go live since I was just like doing this in silence. Finish Silent Hill F. Wow. That's awesome. I still haven't seen anybody play it. Was it any good? What else do I need to change here? You might as well set this to true. There's 5 endings only in New Game Plus. That's cool. Each run the game is different. Interesting. Yeah, I heard something about that. That's cool. I think games that do that are pretty cool. So we want to get the element. You actually have to, I think, zero initialize all of this actually, so we should just set up a static default later, but for now I'm just going to do this. Alright, peace out, Harns. Thanks for stopping by. So we have the new element. I think actually you wanna just have this, because these are going to come together right now over me. This is quite complicated. Okay, so if menu index isn't -1, then that means that we are going to a pre-existing menu. So that means that our UI element, our new element, is going to equal the menus indexed by the menu index elements. Okay. So now that we have our new element, we want our copy element style, right? What is offset ID? Offset ID of 0, right? Offset ID is basically the number of the ID to change. So after we copy element style, what else do we need to do? I can go to the other implementation of this. You don't need to move it because we're just copying it. I'm pretty sure that this is fine, that we don't need to resolve the callbacks. Or maybe we do. For now, let's just do this. Actually, no, let's not do that. Because we're not making a new element. It should just be really the same thing, pretty much. The exact same, if possible. Yeah, I think that this is literally the code and that's it. Yeah, I'm happy with it. We're copying, yeah. Okay, so now we can do this. I also want to do a button that toggles the menu that we have an ID for. Is also an important button to have. So let's just yeah, it's annoying that this is const char. This isn't allowed, is it? Oh, it is. Oh, never mind then. You kind of want to be honest, you kind of want an enum for that. Because you don't want to just toggle it to true, you want to, you know. Yeah. Honestly, I don't care enough to do that right now. I think I'm just going to do this. So we have we're going to string compare the index against the name, and then this is not actually this. This is going to be the menu buffer against the name. And then we're going to just toggle segfault. Right. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, we need a we need to not have a menu anymore. Because that JSON is polluted. No. Deprecated, old, polluted. I wonder if I'm gonna get taken down again. Yesterday I got taken off, I got hit off line. Oh my gosh. This isn't gonna work. This isn't going to work because this isn't whatever. That it is. Okay, let's make another thing here. Let us go to select points and start moving it. I love playing with this stuff, sorry. I made it, so I get to play with it, okay? That's the rules. Okay, let's call this bottom bar. I'm going to try to save the menu just to see if this is working. It's really annoying when, for some reason, it sometimes doesn't save. Okay, it's saved now. The material should not be sky. I hate when it does this, by the way. Okay, menu toggle. Let's try this. Okay, this works. This works. Okay. So, this will be a container. And we want to set this to something. I don't really know what we want to set this with. We have to make like a debug thing to actually see what this is. Oh gosh. This got set to the min. Oh gosh. Set it to the max, please. Okay, so padded max, padded min. I don't really know what these are going to be, but yeah, so it is wrapped true. Let's save menu again. Okay. Now let's make a... We can make this interact none, right? and we can make an element inside of it. I want to test, here's what I want to test. I want to test the hover thing for another menu. The thing is, I need to make a new element. Okay, so we're gonna make an element here. We're gonna make a different menu. What are we calling this? PS. Menu change. Okay. The current ID is default.1, which is not really what we want, but it's fine. Menu toggle works. Okay, so let's go to here and set this hover ID to hover data is going to be 1. And what did I call this? Menu. Hover callback. Display menu hover. Okay. There it is. There it is. That's awesome. Okay, it isn't untoggling is the problem. When I'm in here, it untoggles. Are we not calling UI change when we're in gameplay mode? Possibly. I mean, now it's a question like, what do I actually want my UI to look like? I have no clue. Like what, like now I actually have to, is this what I have to do now? I have to make a UI? Is this is what we have to do now? I didn't sign up for this. I'm just a programmer. Oh gosh. Yeah, we have to fix this degenerate point thing, to be honest. That's something that I have to do. Yeah, I really have to, I don't know why that bug happens, but it's been a part of the engine for a long time, and I could never figure out why the mesh collapses, and I have to like spend some time debugging it. But I just don't want to, I just want to take my win right now. I just want to take my W and make something, you know? This looks pretty rad. I've been saying that lately, rad. I've been saying it lately. I don't know what is up with it. Okay. I've got to make a visualizer for this, but for now, let's just do it about 5 pixels in. Okay, let's make sure that this is saving. It is. Okay. So. Yo, what's up? Okay. Let's do. How's it going? It's going good. As you can see, I'm kind of testing some menu stuff right now. Oh, this went to a dad and not inventory. Yeah, that's annoying. That's an annoying thing. I have to change that. Is the test going well? Well, I need to make a thing. So right now it just selects this element instead of the one that's behind it, and so I have to implement basically a layer integer that fixes that, but for now, don't have that. But the def ID that we're gonna use here is what's it called? Item inventory. I'm going to change def here, and let's try to move this back over, and then let's see if this works. Menu toggle. Huh. I forgot what this debug is. Interesting. Oh, that's why I never added it to this container. Okay, now let's try menu toggle. Still nothing. I wonder if there's a reason why this isn't working. I wonder if there's a reason. Is there any behind it? No. It's just not spawning any. I wonder if I didn't touch that code though. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if this stuff that I did messed with it. Okay, well, I think I'm going to save this menu. And then I want to save a dad as well. Before I exit out, and then I want to make sure that these saved properly. The material is not sky. I'm just going to manually change it. File modified by an external process. Leave me alone. Honestly, I'm gonna BCO. I've got like my entire file system open right now. Yeah, I mean, so right now this isn't working apparently in terms of the thing that's supposed to spawn the other UI elements. So I have to figure this out. I guess I'll just do some debug printouts after this. What happened to the stream yesterday? Yeah, apparently YouTube kicked me off because of copyrighted content. So I don't know what it was that got me kicked off, but yeah. Honestly, it was probably that Lucky mix that I was playing earlier in the stream. I don't think house music should be getting me copyrighted. If house music is getting me copyrighted, then they should go fuck themselves, because half of house music is just other people's samples. So it's like that would be really fucking annoying if that was the case. Okay, so let's... Yeah, I changed some of the, I have to toggle both of these menus manually. Oh, wait. Why does this not toggle? Oh, because I need to do inventory menu toggle. Yeah, I should really make this a drop down after this. Anyway, I kind of wanted to show off if I can exit editor mode. Oh god. Yeah, it locked my keyboard. Well, I can't show anything off, apparently. I have to make a keybind that, like, unlocks your keyboard. That would be great. Actually, let's do this right now, actually. So... So if we are SDLK F10, then I want to keyboard globals.keyboard locked equals false. And that should never happen again. We also want to do that during gameplay. Or actually, no, we don't. We don't really care about that. So yeah, this isn't working. The item inventory function isn't working. I'm going to do this in here. We need to... Oh, it's actually in the other file. Oh, I remember why this didn't work. Okay. Okay, so the reason why that wasn't working is because this has an ID of ID. So this should have an ID of inventory slot. Oh no. This is going to be the player NPC component, so that's why. The reason why this needs a unique ID is because when we are displaying the inventory, we want to display the inventory of a specific NPC component. So that's what's going on there. The component system is this. Entity component system? Oh my god, no way. So that's why that wasn't working. What else did I want to do? Honestly, I wanted to make a drop down for the toggle. That would be like really good quality of life. Yeah, so what would go under? So save menu, for example, would be a thing that would go from the drop down. Menu toggle would also go under the drop down, but you don't want menu change to go under the drop down, do you? No, you do. The only reason you want this is you want a yeah, that's kind of a pain, but yeah. Okay, so let's, because we just wrote this function and now it's, or not this function, we just wrote all this code and now it's not going to get used, but it's fine, it's fine. We definitely want to yeah, let's, how do we want to do this? We're gonna have an NK button label that is going to do, that it's going to make menu. It's gonna make a new menu. What's the order you want this in? Kind of want this, right? And then you want a drop down. Our current menu ID doesn't need to happen anymore because we have a thing. So do I have an NK combo for this somewhere? I don't. I definitely don't. I would still like some example code to copy because this is always so painful to set up. Like actually takes forever to set this up. We want to get the oh, this doesn't even have the code. It has it inside it. Okay, well that's fine. Is this immediate mode? So it's kind of, we kind of discussed what it was last stream. I can explain to you what it does, right? So we have, it's kind of not that simple because it's not SDF based and it's mesh based. So what ends up happening is I have allocated draw buffer space that basically dirty portions of the draw buffer change, right? So you can think of it as like a mix of both, because we don't change the rendering when nothing is going on unless we have something to do, and I decide if there's something to do based on, you know, if a certain action or a certain callback gets called, right? So I have a callback system that I can show you what this is. So I have kind of a callback system, right? Things that happen on when we click on action, on hover, and on display, and on visibility. So there are some times where a visibility callback is getting called every frame, right? For example, if you have a UI element that is changing color all the time, right? So in that case, we need to update a portion of the draw buffer, you know, or if vertices are changing. So that's it. It's kind of situational if we are changing the draw buffer. Yeah, that's the best way that I can explain that. I need to remember what this function does though. And by remember, I mean just like copy and paste it, because I hate doing this every time. Okay, so what is this again? We want to get menus. Very interesting, thank you. So yeah, we're just basically, what I'm doing here is I'm making a drop down in Nuclear for to select our different menus for editing purposes. If our currently selected menu, so this is going to actually be element menu index. Called the undeclared function assert. Okay, well, I don't care enough to include it right now. Dot item count. Oh my gosh. Okay, hopefully this works correctly and I don't have to worry about it working correctly. So what this does basically is it just iterates through our menus, grabs the names, and then displays them. I'm just checking for any bugs here. This looks good to me. So if menu selection, so this is how we do it in Nuclear, is we basically set a number to -1 and then check if we get a valid index back. Then we need to basically change our menu selection. So this actually, you don't want this to be the element menu index. We want to have this actually a part of the, not this. We need to have this actually as a part of the editor settings. Because we don't want to change it on when we are just going through our dropdown. So that means that it's not the element menu index that we're matching on, it's editor config dot menu index selected menu ID. This stays the same. Then editor config dot selected menu ID equals menu selection. Okay, that's all good and dandy. You always want to initialize .selected to 0 just in case, so that we don't go out of bounds. Now we want all of these menus underneath here to work from that drop down rather than from what's in the menu buffer. So the good thing is that we don't have to we can just get menu pointer we just index straight into here, and then we don't have to match on index, and we can literally just string copy from the menu name, which is good. Honestly, this is kind of, this can just be if we have a change. So if editor config.selected menu ID doesn't equal our current menu index, then we change. Okay. We don't have to worry about this. Oh. Right, we were going to make a different function that makes a new menu. We were going to make that up here. Make menu is going to be a different function. We were just setting it active to true, and this is not going to be the menu ID. This is going to be menu buffer. We also had to, of course, check here the strlen of menu buffer, or else we will be getting a seg fault. Menu label declared here. Why is it mad at me? Okay, so this doesn't matter anymore. So we can literally just go straight into menu now. This becomes a lot cleaner. We don't have to set this to null anymore. We are guaranteed to get an element. Actually, we're not guaranteed to get an element. We actually have to call UI element pointer new element equals create new UI element, and then pass in the menu elements. And then have this function handle it. This function is important because this basically has a free list arena allocation thing happening inside of it. It's basically what's happening here. The position is going to be a copy of the previous element's position, although it really shouldn't be a problem to not have that, but whatever. We want base center always here. This is a pointer. Yeah, so this will always be correct. And then we want to verify if new element. If we have space in this menu, basically, then we are going to do all of this, and this can get rid of this. Okay, that seems to be working to me. What happened to my oh, I was like, why is my indenting so weird here? Took me a second. Okay, so when we save menu, we also don't want to be going off of the menu buffer. We want to be going off of the name of our selected menu. So globals.menus index by the editor config dot selected menu ID, and we are going to use that as the thing here. Boom. Okay, so that's that, and our menu toggle will not be doing this anymore. It will just be going straight, toggling the menu from globals menus selected, or editor config selected menu ID. Okay, all good, all good, all good, all good. This is a pretty unintuitive UI, but for me, who knows how to use it, it makes sense. So I'm just gonna keep it like this. Okay. What else did I want to do? What else did I want to do? I think that that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to make a property F, or property I rather, that controls the layer so that we can select elements that are behind other elements properly. Yeah, this can go here, I think. It's fine. Oh yeah, we should yeah, we can put it here. This is kind of relevant. Element whatchamacallit. What is this called? Draw layer? Draw layer. Draw layer actually kind of does nothing currently, but there was kind of a plan for it. We'll have a max of 100, sure. This is important because now we can select elements that are on top of other elements. I think that we have get element, what is this called? Chords. Get text box from chords and get element from chords. Text boxes also need this. We need a highest layer. That's what we were doing for this. So in highest layer equals 0. And then Actually, you want this to be -1, right? And then if box is a layer of draw. Oh, I don't have it on text boxes. Oh, that's awkward. I guess my argument for this was that you really won't have text boxes on top of each other. So that kind of makes sense. Let's not implement that right now. There's really no reason to. Okay, so this is already going based on highest layer. Yeah, this is already getting the highest layer. Okay. So that should work. I think that's everything that I wanted to implement before we compile. I think so. That's a seg fault. Assertion string failed. Interesting. Can I get a backtrace? Classic NK string length. Classic. That's a classic. So it's this drop down that we just made, which of course is painful. Okay, so here we iterate over the menu count. We printf it into the buffer. Global's materials count. Classic. That would be the seg fault. That would be it right there. Okay, menu toggle isn't working anymore. Huh. Well, that's annoying. Let's just try to make another menu. If I click make menu, it makes another menu. Okay, good. Well, that works. Wasn't this supposed to be a container? Unsure. I should check the JSON just to make sure that it's importing correctly. No, it wasn't. I hope that the JSON isn't incorrect. The dropdown works, but this menu toggle didn't work. Oh, we're still going by menu buffer. We didn't actually do via index editor config dot selected menu ID. There we go. Okay, I think that's it. God, the FOV stuff that's happening now is kind of nauseating, but I like it. There we go. That's working. Yeah, this still isn't toggling though. I mean, this isn't making elements behind it, is it? I guess I'm going to have to do a printout for this. I guess this is parented, right? Inventory slide, yeah, that's parented. I wonder if we turn off is wrapped and we try toggling it now, if that does anything. No. Oh. Wait, yeah, the ID needs to change. The ID needs to be player. That's what it is. Yep. There it is. There is your inventory. They don't go away when we toggle the menu. That one does. I don't actually know what menu these are getting, but I'm guessing that they are going to a dad. Yeah. Okay. So we need to make sure that they go to the correct menu. That's what we need to do. Other than that, it seems to be working. The ID for, we're repurposing the ID, so the idea of the UI element has to be the same for the NPC component, just the way that we made it, because I didn't want to make an extra string that does it. Okay, so I want to add something here that says what our current selected UI elements menu is. I want to move all of these up a bit and make them take up less space. To be honest, I wish that this wasn't a scrolling menu now. Like, this is so big to scroll, and it's such a pain to scroll this every time. I kind of wish it, it wasn't like this, but I don't know how to do it otherwise. Like, I don't want to make it bigger, like in terms of width. And like the question is, can I could probably put like, do these like halfway. Yeah, I could do like 2 columns for most of this stuff. Probably not the combo boxes, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's yeah, I can't actually save this. I can't save this because it's going to mess everything up, so we're not going to save it. Okay, so now it's really just working on the layout of the editor. First thing want to do is add the label, re-add the label for the current menu ID. I didn't really realize that I needed that. You want to have the element menu ID under menu change. Yeah, or next to menu change. Okay, so let's do some rows changing. For the mouse states, we want to make it, so this is 30, which is way too much. So let's change this to like, honestly 10 if we can get away with it. Like, the only reason we aren't doing 10 usually is because the text gets cut off sometimes. I wish that we could do this, but we really can't. It just doesn't, the text boxes and the string 0 terminated doesn't column well, unfortunately. I wish that did, though. like we can't really column until down here we can. After we display the menu ID, then we can column 2. These are all buttons. And then this color picker. These also, the color pickers can go in columns. It's fine. Interactable type. And NK combo. Yeah, this is something that we can't column, unfortunately. Did I column this up here? I did. Okay, that's fine. So under the interactable stuff, forget what's here. This is only if we're changing interactable types, the stuff gets called. Okay, so these property Fs, we can honestly do this. And save just a little bit there. Now this goes back to 2 because we're outside of dropdowns, so these are property eyes that can get 2. And then we need to go back to 1 because of this. And since we're doing action data and then hover data, yeah, you need to just have 1, 1, 1 for all of this. Yeah, and then you just go 2 down here. Delete points, property F for hover anim cooldown. Interesting. Do we not have... Oh, we don't have property Fs for the other anim cooldowns, which is something that we have to do. So we're adding onto the more onto the menu. Really what we can do moving forward, if we can't consolidate this away more, is that we can like make a drop down that opens the rest of the menu, kind of. Yeah, you want this to be actually two. Yes, the drop down, this can all go on the same thing. If it's an interact label alignment, yeah, you kind of just want to this to be 1, and then if it's a drop down, material selection and a combo, so you need this to be 1. You need this to be 1. You need that to be 1. Yeah, unfortunately you need all of this to be 1s. Yeah. Then the text color and alignment. Oh god. Is this Python software? This is all written in C. What's up though? How are you doing? I think that this can go to 2 now. Right now I'm trying to consolidate a menu basically for in Nuclear for editing purposes. I just don't want it to scroll as much as it does. It's just a very large menu right now. The checkbox label has to be on its own because this comes before the container options. This is a label and then a button. I think we can go to 2 on this because they're related. Let me check. We get this. So we go to 1 here, and then we go to 2 down here. Okay, so we have a checkbox for wrapped, and then all of these. So to make this look nice, we have to go to 1 and then go to 2 down here. Make it nice and neat. Then we have a button for clearing. Then we have container children IDs. We really want to put this. We want to put this up here first of all. Definitely want this to be 15. As long as we can get away with it, it should be 15. And we can make this 1. And the last button can also be 1. That should be the entire menu now. That took 15 minutes, but it was worth it, I guess. I'm pretty excited because now we're actually at the point where we can make our menus. So let me see. Oh, I wanted it to display stuff even if we don't have a, yeah. Okay, we did really make this a lot smaller. I think it's good. This is a bit bad. We need to move this over. Honestly, this space up here is super annoying because we're losing, like, this is still gonna scroll. And how does this, yeah, this goes off the screen. That's really not good because you can't see what you're editing. Is it also, I mean, yeah, this is also, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can only do so much, I guess. You can only do so much. Yeah, you could make a button here that says, like, display IDs, and then you get some real estate back. I wonder what this space is. Okay, so let's edit this. So the element color, we need to switch to 1 there. Actually, yeah, how do we do this? How do we do this is the question. Honestly, the easiest way to fix this is to actually just like move this above all of this. Yeah. So let's just move this. I'm going to move this above the select all points, because now I'm pretty sure. So let's count. 1, 2, 3. No. Oh, that sucks. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I wonder if you can just make like a blank. How do you make like a blank row? I can actually look that up really quick. Blank row in nuclear. This is or blank spacing function. NK spacing. Interesting. Let me make sure here. Okay, NK spacing just makes an empty thing. Okay, so we will put that here. I'm kind of surprised that I've never used this before. It's kind of proof that I typically don't really put a lot of effort into these debug menus. So something that's annoying that I'm noticing is that when we call display UI editor, we have some empty space at the top. Let's make this 15. I still don't see why we should have that much empty space though. Oh, because I have this, I have that. Okay. Okay, and what else did I want to do? Yeah, I need to actually... Yeah, some of these property Fs, specifically all of the property Fs, to be honest. really, okay, what actually might do it here is like if we just do action cd. What this is going to allow us to do is it will give us more space right next to it, to tell what we're doing. I don't really think it's going to be enough though. I think that you just need to do this. Yeah. Yeah, we should probably have a button and a boolean that that handles that. So let's do that. Let's make that boolean. So bool display display UI callback menu, and it'll basically, this will basically work like an expandable thing, which will really help with our footprint right now. So if nk button label ctx display callbacks, display callback menu, that's something that I love about Nuclear's fuzzy finding, is that if you make a new member of a struct in another file, if you query that struct immediately after, it will just like show up immediately, like as the first thing. And that's really awesome because it saves a bunch of time. I'm not really sure if this is going to break the whole keyboard lock thing. Well, it's breaking something. It's breaking my my other things here. What do I want to listen to now? You know what I don't like? I don't like that, you know, when you start like listening to a certain type of music on YouTube, it'll just start recommending you a bunch of that stuff. And it's like, I kind of want you to recommend me something different than that because my mood has now changed. And that's what I'm looking for. Does that make sense? Maybe I'm the only one who feels that way. But, yeah. What do I want to listen to? Nothing is really speaking to me right now. Oh, I know what I want to listen to. I probably can't play it on stream though. It's that one house artist, that one Russian house artist. Maybe you're familiar with him. What's the name of it though? What is the name of him? I'm literally going to search. There is... I'm literally going on Rate Your Music right now to find this under Lo-Fi House. So I have to... Okay, yes, this is what he is. It's this Russian name. Maybe I get copyrighted for this, I don't know. Don't learn my lesson ever. Okay. So this is breaking some of my comparison flags. Because they're out of scope now. I don't know. I think I can delete them and get away with it. I hope so. I think there was a particular reason why we had these scoped in such a weird way. And now I'm not really recalling it. So we're just going to delete it, and if it messes something up, then I take full accountability because I'm responsible. Oh yeah, this track is awesome. Yeah, this guy is called AL90. One of my favorite kind of modern house guys. I don't really like a lot of modern house. I mean, who does? But yeah. Kind of forgot now that since I was looking for music what I was going to do here. But that's alright, we can kind of remember, hopefully. We want to change these to 1. It's kind of important. Yeah, unfortunately everything needs 1. Honestly, what you could end up doing here is just... I'm wondering, do we save space here if I just do... Like, is this good enough? Don't know. It's also, this is an optional menu as well, so it's not like the biggest deal. I should be more concerned about the top stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this has to be 1. Let's count here. I'm pretty sure that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Oh, it's 1 column anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Okay. So we put this in an if statement, which is good. We we want to put this in it as well. Because that's a part of the thing. This delete points should be actually up here. Wait, hold on. What does this button do? Delete points from selected elements. What does this button do? What does this button do? Don't I have a button that select all points, delete elements? Okay. I guess that button does something that I don't remember what it does, but yeah. Okay. I should turn it up. His stuff is pretty quiet, like ambient stuff. Here I think you can get away with ints. No, it goes off the screen actually. That's annoying, but yeah. We could honestly have another button that toggles something else here. We could have a button that toggles this, to be honest. What's another big part of the menu? Yeah, you could have one that just does the render properties. Let's make that a thing. That's a mouthful. Python software. To be honest, I think it's rage bait. Like I get so much rage bait, like you wouldn't believe, to be honest. I had this guy yesterday who said, are you coding manually? Use AI, please. That's what he said. Which, like, that can't be real. Like, I don't think that was real. You know, like, it's just, there's just no way. Yo, it looks cool. I mean, I don't know what you're looking at. It hasn't been compiled yet. Spreadsheet with undeclared. Oh, this is annoying, but I mean, this is annoying, but basically what I have is this kind of system where I only update the element on when we press a change. Obviously we want that to be a thing, so I defer that until the end of our draw loop for the UI, because I only want to update the element once. I don't know, it's just one of my, like, I don't know why I do some of this stuff. It doesn't really matter, but I think that this is probably a little bit loud. This is one of my favorite artists. Haven't listened to him in a while though. AL90. Okay, so we ended up saving a lot of space here. Oh, we saved so much space here. This is so much better, actually. I mean, it looks really crowded, but it functionally works fine. Really, what you want to do is you want these to come down, and you want to have these three there. Would be good. But yeah, this is perfect. And now you have these little things here. Where's the other one? Toggle render properties. There it is. Even this isn't that bad, but yeah, this was a big one. Okay, so this is a lot better. To be honest, we should do this with our other menus. Oh, I never fixed the seg fault. Okay, we should do that. Even though it's in another menu, we have to fix that now. Okay, so where could this be happening? This is a recent seg fault that's been happening when I enter the entity menu. And I keep forgetting to fix it, so let's fix it now. It's a string length fail. So it's probably a buffer underflow, if I had to guess. And I didn't backtrace, so that's my bad. It wouldn't tell me anything though. I'm just reading through it right now, sorry I'm quiet. Set the item count, fine. Entity level selected is 0, and we only change it on this, so it's always within range. Stay hydrated, thanks. Yeah, I am. I do have water, but I should get some more soon. I'm just going to try to isolate the seg fault, and I'm just going to do, I think it's in one of two places. It's either this the animations maybe, or the joints. We have different drop downs, so it's one of these drop downs that's causing the seg fault. So it's one of these. So I just want to isolate it by commenting out the other ones and then figuring out which one it is. Watching this got me all inspired. I'm glad. I mean, that's kind of what I'm here for. Went and made your first C project. That's awesome. That's awesome. Actually, my first C project was inspired by this content creator named Hirsch Daniel Hirsch Daniel something. So similar story. He programs all these random things, and he just uploads like hours of coding. You should definitely check him out. Really underrated. And one of those guys that's just like actually into low level stuff, you know, and you can tell that he's really into it. But yeah, C is awesome. I love C. Since I started programming in C, I really dislike using other languages. I think just the simplicity of pointers and stuff is just, it's just kind of a perfect language. Okay, so it is the animations. That's what we needed to know. If our skin animation indices count is greater than 0, then we loop over it. We get the anim. There's a print here because we were, I guess, debugging this at some point and I probably got distracted. If I had to guess, it's this line that's failing and we're getting a bad pointer here. Is OpenGL your main library, or do you use any other rendering libraries? I've only know OpenGL. A lot of people have said that, like, you should try out Vulkan and all that, and like, I'm kind of the opinion, like, I spent so long learning OpenGL and stuff, I would rather like be an expert in one thing than, you know, try out a bunch of things. Find it cool that you can do literally anything you want. Yeah, that's one of the things that I hated about other languages, like Java, Python to some extent, mainly Java. Like, there's so many things you can't do in Java, because it just is nowhere close to the hardware. But Java is what I learned in school, so I can relate to that. I wish they taught me C or C++ in school. I think C is a language that they should teach. It's like such a foundational thing. I think, to be honest, C++ should be the language that is taught in AP Comp Sci, stuff like that. Okay, let's see what we get here. Holy shit. Interesting. Okay, so we have some uninitialized data here. How intimidating it can look. I mean, I guess. I just feel like, I don't know, I feel like my life would have been different if I learned C instead of Java. Like, I was doing things in Java that you shouldn't do in Java, you know? But I mean, I get that, I guess, but I guess it's not like Java is necessarily an easier language, in my opinion. It's just kind of worse, you know? Yeah, learn Python first. Yeah, a lot of people learn Python first. I think that learning Python is fine. Like, Python is kind of good for what it does. Like, I think Python is, at the end of the day, a language of abstractions, kind of for abstractions. It's a language you use if you are going to be using other people's libraries, basically. Also, why C, not C++? Is the reason personal preference. The way I would answer that is that I think it's much easier to be really good at writing C than it is to be really good at writing C++. I think it's so much easier to become like a master of C than it is to master C++. And I'm not saying I'm necessarily a master, but I'd say it's much easier for me to be confident in my abilities at writing C than C++. C++, in my opinion, just has too much stuff in it to master. So there's specific things, I mean newer stuff in the standard. You know, if we're talking about 23, you know, like smart pointers, templates, constructors. Also, C is just really easy to prototype, you know, like just being able to create a struct all the time, and not really have to worry about what's in it per se, you know, constructor, destructor wise. Smart pointers, yeah, I don't really understand. You know, they've got different kind of pointer types and references and stuff, you know. It's genuinely discouraged in C++ nowadays to use like regular raw pointers, which is something to me, I just don't understand it. I also came from Rust, and using references and that sort of way of doing things. I just didn't like it. I think just having a pointer is just so simple, elegant. It does what it needs to do. So we have some uninitialized data. I'm wondering where it's coming from, and we don't have the skin. I wonder if the int skin ID is... Yeah, so let's debug print out literally all of this. Instance node skin, because something is going out of bounds here. Skin. What else do we need here? I kind of want a name, because a name would be like preferred. How do I get a name? I have a feeling that we're iterating over an entity. Oh, we may be iterating over an entity that gets deleted. That might be what it is. Hold on, what's our... I didn't really finish this. How we're deleting entities. I just kind of put it off until later because it wasn't exactly important right now, but Yeah, I don't delete it, which so is correct. It shouldn't be deleting because we haven't implemented the arena thing, the free thing yet. Huh. Does int have a name? No. It's really the node name that we would get. Actually, does the instance have a name? It does. Just put it at the end. Okay, let's see. Your profile picture reminded me of a guy called Shalasad. Oh, cool. Did I ever make a multiplayer game? I really haven't made a game before. So no. I've just been doing kind of random projects over the years. I downloaded Unity when I was like a teenager and I really didn't like it, so. Interesting. I'm guessing for some reason we aren't initializing this to 0, even though this is calicked, by the way. This is all calicked. Oh no. It isn't calicked. The animations are, but the wait, hold on. The animation indices are the skin. It's the skin. And the skin is calicked. Skin is calicked. Huh. Ah, I see what's happening. The nth skin ID goes to 0 and not -1. So the skin is uninitialized, I see, because there are 0 skins. I mean, the only way we do this is we have to check if instance skin. That's the only way. Unless I don't want to do a -1 here. I just don't want to do it. It's just too error prone. This is something that we have to think about though, for sure. What's your stance on AI in programming? Do you ever use it or disagree with it? Yeah, I get this question a lot. I think AI is not built for programming, and so it shouldn't be used for programming. It's, in my experience, written some really bug-prone code. It wrote some code that basically assigned to a pointer that the function itself once it did this recursive thing where it was calling the function that could free the buffer that it was assigning to when it returns out of the recursion, which is a really bad, segfaulting bug, and it was completely its own code. Things like that it just doesn't catch. And the thing is that anytime it writes code like that, you can literally look up and do research and you'll find the exact code that it copied from. It's usually some Stack Overflow or something. I found it word for word exactly what it's given me before. So you just gotta really take it with a grain of salt, it's good when you're lazy, but my take is that you should use it for something that you're already proficient at, If you don't know something about something, then you're gonna be, given bullshit, and you're not gonna be able to understand that it's bullshit. But if you already know about something well enough to be able to figure out, oh, it's giving me a bullshit answer, then yeah, it's fine, I have no idea what this means. I don't understand pointers. That's fine. I think that's the best way to learn, is just kind of learning as you go along, because if you don't do that, then you don't learn anything. Like, if you're just following tutorials, you're not going to learn anything. The thing is, yeah, this is tough because the skin joint count. But what if it doesn't have a skin? If it doesn't have a skin, then it won't have a joint count. I think that's pretty fair. I'm only in high school right now and don't know a lot of the math things you use in programming, so I use it for math. That's fine. Like, if there's something that, I don't know, math is something that it can do, because most of the stuff that it's going to be looking through dataset wise makes sense. But for complicated things like I don't know, making the infrastructure of a game engine, it's not going to really be able to tell you the answers that you need to know, stuff like that. Okay, so this is the last thing we need to do. We have to refactor some of the text box stuff. We have to figure out what we need for that. Last thing we need to do is on this UI thing, we need to what do we need to do? We need to make it so that it displays without us having a selected UI element. We need some of that to be displayed, specifically the menu stuff. Like, we should be able to... Oh yeah, this is a pain because I made this... this way where the whole thing is in an if. To use it for refactoring. Replace the repeats with said function. I mean, I guess it's fine, but I don't know. I've had it fuck up even with simple stuff like that. You know, I typically don't. Yeah, I mean, like, anything that I'm going to copy and paste back into my engine, I don't do it anymore because it has made some bugs that just took me forever to hunt down because I didn't write the code. If I write the code, I know how it works. Do you get what I mean? Like, if it writes code, I don't know how it works, so I don't know how to debug it, and it takes way longer to debug AI written code. So that's why, yeah. That's why I don't trust it, you know? So, I would say, also it's just better to learn to do stuff yourself, you know? It's just literally like, you learn faster. I also disagree with anything that says like that AI is gonna take over or anything. I just don't see it. I just really don't see it. Like, if you ask it about something that you know a lot about, you'll instantly realize that, you know, AI doesn't actually know anything, you know? I don't think it's going to get to that point is the thing. I think that all technology like plateaus is what I think about it. That's what I say. Like, we've been using the same exact light bulbs for the past like fucking 100 years. Our cars have been the same for the past like fucking 50 years. An air conditioner is an air conditioner. A fucking oven is an oven, you know? A refrigerator is a refrigerator. Technology just plateaus, you know? It's not like it's gonna keep going up and up and up. Like, that's not how shit works. Yeah, it's because shit plateaus. Like, every time there's a new thing that comes out, technology-wise, everybody like goes batshit over it. It's the same thing with NFTs, dude. It's like the same bullshit, bro. Like all the fucking crypto shit. Yeah, make menu should not be in this. Yeah, so there's one of two ways to do this, you know. You can either... There's two ways to do this. You can either just like keep repeating this for everything, every section that needs an element inside of it. It's so shitty to do that though, and it's gonna be such a pain. I think what I'm gonna do is just take everything out that doesn't require it. So that's this, the menu label for the menu selection. And the toggle. What's the toggle? Also save. Save can be taken out as well. Yeah, I have to reformat all this shit. I think AI was a good creation, that it can be good. Yeah. So if my code ever like exceeds a couple thousand lines, gets way too messy, I think it just takes time, you know? Like, my projects just kept getting bigger and bigger over time. You just gain kind of confidence with it. I think like a big thing that would have helped me earlier do this if I like took time to like read other people's big code bases, I would have kind of learned the architecture earlier, you know? I kind of just had to learn the hard way. Yeah, I don't... There was this person earlier in here who said something like, do you have all your code in one file? Why is it 5,000 lines? And I said, you know, the project is like 25,000 lines, but, you know, I don't really understand the whole splitting shit into different files because it just takes so long to find shit. Like, for me to find something in this file, all I do is, you know, I just search whatever. You know? I don't understand how, you know, it would really suck. I think everything else... Everything else is entity specific, element specific. I've also had small projects where I have like 5 different files that are all 100 lines or whatever, you know? But that's because it's a small project. You know, you can have that level of, you know, separation. But, you know, if I was just to write a UI library, I would probably separate it into 5 different files or whatever. But since it's a UI library inside of a game engine, it kind of changes how you deal with it. What the fuck is this? Okay, I fucked this up. Yeah, I need a spacer here. What is this? Oh, this is a text box. Oh, we can't click in because it's fucked up. Okay. Hey, what's up, Frumpy? There are cases where I'd want something in its own file, even if it could be grouped with another. Usually it goes into one. Yeah. If I also had to like stop and think about like what goes in this file, what goes in that file every time I wanted to add something, it would just take me so much time. I just like, I don't know. Not good for showing as a CV project for companies. I mean, I guess, like, I don't know, personally I like to think that if a company saw that I made a game engine with its entire own UI library, collision system, you know, all this shit, I would hope that it wouldn't matter how clean my code was. Yeah, it's just a repeating animation. I have an idle animation for every entity defaulted. was wondering, do you use just OpenGL or SDL? I use SDL. SDL too. I think I'm gonna run this change back actually. Actually, no, we're not gonna run this change back. I'm just gonna fix it. This needs 1. This needs to be 1. The menu selection is 1. That's 1. And then these are 2. Okay, that should fix it, hopefully. What is the arrow? What do you mean? Okie dokie. So if we go into UI, yeah, this is still pretty jank, but it's whatever. We can now type in this. Oh, the flags don't work, so we aren't keyboard locked anymore. That's awkward. Okay, so that's something that we have to fix. But if I click here, inventory menu toggle, this toggles without it. Now we can select and get the rest of the menu. This works fine. I'm happy with it. Like you have menu. That's a pointer. Why don't you use OpenGL? Yeah, I mean SDL is my window creation. I use SDL for window creation and input handling. Honestly, so we kind of want NK spacing. CTX 1, actually 2. What was the other thing that I was gonna do? I just said that I was about to do something. God, what did I just? Okay, fine. Hey Arya, how are you doing? To be honest, I thought that you rage quit. I thought that you rage quit because of the Macintosh incident. The incident. Oh yeah, I was gonna change the flags for this. Fucker. Sorry for the profanity. My bad. God. Wait, is this also... Oh my gosh. Oh god. Okay, so what's happening there is that Nuclear doesn't like it when your text is that small inside of one of these, so now we have to go through and make all of them 20 because I forgot about that. We're gonna talk about the Mac incident. What happened with the Mac incident? Oh, he doesn't know. Sweet summer child. Yeah, this flag. The flag for the menu. Wait, it's the... Oh yeah, it's the menu up here. This needs flag. This needs to be checked here, as well. I fucking hate this nuclear bullshit, bro. I can't wait to be done with this. We're so close though, like I'm nearly done with this. Like It's literally just like the finishing touches to this menu and then we're done. Okay, so we literally delete everything that isn't menu flags. Alright, peace out, Frumpy. Alright, peace out, other guy. Hopefully that just works and that's it. Oh yeah, I have to make the others 20 pixels. I'm gonna lose it. Why can you not search that? Oh, it's 0 terminated. Okay, so every time we have this, we need this to be 20. And then we need to go back to 15 after it. Bad time for my music to end. Really bad time for my music to end. God, I had like I had a bunch of viewers earlier, and I was really surprised because of you know, Tokyo Spliff is live today. I was considering not going live, but then I was like, fuck it, I guess. I was like sitting here doing this in silence. Okay. He's in this cool cabin in the woods now. I saw the beginning of his stream. I saw the part where he was like, I don't know, where he spilled his energy drink. But yeah, I think, isn't that where he always is though? I don't know. Honestly, I don't really watch streams. I don't really have the attention span for it. Which, you know, it's like hypocritical and all that. Wow, we're so alike. Do you want to see something cool though? I got the inventory system working. It's in this cabin for like 9 years to let you live with. So he wants to sell that house, so he moved back. Let's see. Yeah, I heard a story about the him not living there anymore. Okay, so this... Oh, I don't think we saved it is the issue. I don't think we saved it last time. So this, we need to make the, God, everything changed here, so now I don't know. We need to toggle render property menu and then go to the draw layer and move this up to 2 so that we can select it on top of the thing. There we go. Now the callback is item inventory. Oh, it's just the ID isn't player. That's what it is. Okay, and now when we toggle the menu, there it is. And it's cool because this wraps. So it would be, I guess it would be cool to have like a, I guess like a, I don't know. I guess like my idea of it is that you have like a kind of a classic RPG menu where you have like a container in here that has this, and then this is the this, and then you have like your character portrait here. That's my idea of it. We would need to do that, we would need to section this off somehow, which I don't really know how to do. Yeah, you would need like an invisible container here. I feel like we can make an invisible container, like it isn't really something that we can't do. Oh god, this button doesn't work because I made it so tiny now. Oh, that's cursed. I need to move this to draw layer 2 and then that one to 3. Or we can change the order of that. Okay. So now we want to we can clear children here, I guess. Clear container children. And now hopefully this oh, these menu items didn't get deleted. Well, we can delete them like this. Now. Huh. Every time I see this one, I can't help it. Like it's impulsive. That's funny. Yeah, okay, so this is... I guess that when we remove container children, we don't remove the reference. Which means that this is still... Because if we remove the reference, then this wouldn't be displaying, is what I was testing. Ah, that sucks. That really sucks. Because now I have to fix that. I've been networking with Socket.js for the past few days. It sucks. Yeah, that sounds like it sucks. That sounds like it really sucks. Okay, so when I when I click the button that deletes the, oh, we're lagging. I can't stop. That's annoying. Stop. Clear container children. Yeah, that's what I expected to see. The children themselves don't actually unparent, so yeah, to be honest, I think I'm going to send this email. I saw that there was this local job posting for a Unity developer. And I live in a kind of remote area where there isn't a lot of programming things, so I don't know. I don't really have Unity experience, but I think I can just like, you know, link my YouTube channel and probably get it. I don't know. I don't know why I had that if statement there. There's like literally 0 point. Okay, that's that bug fixed. I think I'm kind of like ready to actually make the UI, I guess. I don't know. I think everything's pretty much done. So the way this works is that the callback is tied via ID to the NPC component of the inventory that we're displaying. We have to really save this after this. We need to change this to player. And move this to, this is on 2 actually. Oh no, this isn't on 2. Okay. Actually, we want to put it on 3. Oh my god, I forgot to change these buttons. Okay, let's put this on 3 and then make a new element. I don't want to recompile for changing these buttons. Oh my god, are we actually gonna get game dev instead of engine dev? I mean, is that what you want? Do you really not want the game dev? Oh, I didn't change this. Do you really want the engine dev? I mean, I feel like you want the engine dev now. I feel like that's probably something that you would enjoy, no? Oh yeah, these buttons are broken. I don't want to recompile just to change the buttons. No. I've compiled so many times already. No. I think we got it. I think we got it. This sucks so bad. Oh my god, and there's this bug too that we never fixed. Dude, I just want to be out. I don't want to do this anymore. I just want to make the fucking menu. I just want to make the fucking menu, man. Oh, man. I'd be so sick if we could just make a goddamn menu. I'm like so close to the finish line, you know what I mean? It's just... I don't know. I'm kind of at the point where I like want to have something to show for all of my work, you know what I mean? Like I feel like if I showed the engine off in its current state, it kind of doesn't really show off all the work I've put into it, if that makes sense. The annoying thing is that I think that this point just gets deleted. Yeah. Like, what? This bug is something that I never really understood why it happens. And it's just another bug that I need to spend another few hours fixing. I kind of like the fact that the menu isn't like perfectly aligned. I think it's cool. Okay, let us save the menu. Let's make absolutely sure that we're saving the menu. This should have something as material sky. Oh god, I hate it when it does this shit. Yeah, I keep on forgetting to fix that. Okay, so why is element menu ID a dad? It should be inventory. Wait, what? Okay, well this still doesn't work. Which is, I'm very sad to say it. Yeah, because these aren't toggling off with the thing. Oh, is it because these aren't... Is this parented? Clear container children. Is this a seg fault? Why? Invalid pointer. It was on toggle menu, iterate item inventory, create new UI element, free resizable vec2, and generate UI dimensions from outline. Free resizable vec2. Okay, before we get sidetracked here, I need to change this. I need to absolutely change the stupid fucking buttons at the top. Okay, now that that's done, now we can change the other shit. So something goes out of bounds, which generates UI dimensions from outline. FreeVec2. Huh. How do we have a thing there that's... Wait, how are we... Oh god, are you kidding me? It's the element itself, it has to be. Or hold on. Outline. Oh god. I don't really... Where was this called? Create new UI element. Did I do this math wrong? Oh god, this is so fucked. I'm gonna assume that free slot goes out of bounds. Which doesn't make any sense. We gotta get rid of this. I don't know where the fuck this is, dude. I don't know where this is. Uh, hmm. The thing is, I don't know how... I don't know how we aren't crashing before that is the problem. We really shouldn't be malicking this, but still. Yeah, the only way I'm going to actually know is by, like, literally printing this shit out. Yeah, that's fucked. Okay. Hold on. This is probably not it, but we should always be doing this before. This. Just got your first SDL window open? That's awesome. That is the first step. Is it possible that our menu is invalid? We go by L menu index. toggle equals true. ID equaled 1.